Greetings, Commanders, and welcome to the tour of the galaxy. We are in the Abyss sector of the galaxy. Let me just show you where we are on the galaxy map. Right, so at the last stream we started from here, the very tip of this spiral arm. And we were working back through thin space where there's not a lot of stars. We are now somewhere around here, where there are a reasonable amount of stars, so I don't have to bother plotting a route every couple of jumps. Let's go on to the actual galaxy map and show you in game where we are. Yeah, so we're about not the Abyss is the furthest sector away from Sol. So we are a long way from home. And all right, we're a little bit further over here than I thought we were. I have just landed on a planet with a type of plant life that I haven't seen before. We are heading to a fleet carrier down here, right on this corner. And I've got at least 2 more type plants after this to go and visit. So back. So I've not scanned these yet. I landed on the planet yesterday and just thought this would be a good starting place for stream. So let's get out and scan these. There's only this one plant species on this planet. There's no bacteria or anything else. So we just need to scan 3 of these, and then we'll set off for the next destination, which I believe is another form of Fonticula that I haven't previously scanned. Right, okay.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
So we've got a cold planet. So yeah, this was daylight when I landed yesterday. So so not seen these before, not looked at them closely. It looks like other Fonticula, the light will shine through them and pick up the light from behind. Maybe not quite as much as some of the others. Okay, let's see what they precisely are. Segmentus Emerald. Right, okay. So yeah, Fonticula is one of the most common things in the galaxy that I've found so far. I found at least 40 or 50 of those, which is more than anything else. Apart from bacteria, but again, I don't always scan bacteria, so I've not scanned as many. But so this is Fonticula segmentus. Right, so I'm just copying, pasting that into my notes. So I'm not 100% sure it was segmentus, but I think it was something like that. I'll double check it when we scan the next one. Good time for a screenshot, I think. So I shall stand over here behind this one with the galaxy behind me. And so we'll go back. I'll get a close-up of that one. Is there another one we can go to that shows just how many there are around here? I think. So we've got the shipping, we've got the Galaxy, the SRV, me lurking in the background. I'll just put my light on, so gives us a little bit more light over there. Right, so that is our screenshot. And we'll just save that. I'm not sure if I was the first person to get footfall on this planet. The system was definitely scanned before I arrived it, and I did find this location from the codex, which normally indicates it's been visited previously, but let's see if I managed to get footfall. And they did pre-populate the codex with... no, I didn't get first footfall. Yeah, they did pre-populate the codex with some stuff that before people actually went out to visit it, and the codex gets more content added to it as people discover it, although I don't think everything that gets discovered gets added to the codex. Right, okay. Now we have to go 500 meters for Fontecula to find a different sample, but when I landed it looked like that wasn't going to be a problem. So let's turn the lights on. Yeah, so it's showing up. Night vision. Yeah, there's plenty around. I think that there's probably not 500 meters. So, a little bit further. Alright, that looks like some more there. Should stop doing that.
Low temperature detected.
Right, so let's scan it again. Right, so one more of those and we will set off for the next destination. I don't think it's that far away, the next one.
Drive assist off. Drive assist on.
Right, I think that's some there.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
It's not Segmentus, it's Segmentanus. Okay. What's happening there with the hood? That is very strange. Right, that should be the hood that I need to press to get back into the ship. Right, let's can't board the ship like that. Let's exit to the menu and reload it, see if we can get that to work. It was working perfectly well yesterday. Yeah, that's better. Board. Could be because I totally logged off while in the SRV, but yeah, I shouldn't have done that at all.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Landing gear retracted.
Yeah, so this is in the system. There was nothing else in the system at all. It's a planet I would have normally just flown straight by if it wasn't in the codex.
Frameshift drive charging.
Right, so yeah, the next
4,
system we
3,
are after.
2, 1. Engage.
Oh, right, no, actually, right, so that system, right, that was the second system with Funticule in it. So, yeah, I think I arrived at the previous one in the last stream, or at least I've got pictures to post, which I haven't today. So the next one is got right, so it's Replica, although I believe I'm going to skip this one because I think I've already found this particular species after I decided to go to this system, so I shall just check in the codex right, to see if we actually do want to go to this next one. Right, so alright, so the next was Replica, which is this, and I think I discovered some of these totally by chance. When I arrived in the system after looking to see what was in the system. Right, so been these. If it is these, I haven't. Right, yeah. So yeah, no, we are going to the next one, and that is these. It's the one after that, which is that one, which is this type, I think. Right, I've got. Yeah, it's in that sector, but it's not that system that I had on my list. No, it's not that one either. It was ZHR. Or was that for this one? I'm gonna, no. Right, okay. Right, well, yeah, so that's the system we are going to. Galaxy map. So it's only 500 light years away, so that's probably 6 or 7 jumps, 8 jumps. So 8 jumps, that'll be about 12 minutes.
Frameshift drive charging.
Possibly less.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
So we're back to normal exploring now. So what we'll do is just look at see what's in the system, see if there's any Earth-like worlds, ammonia worlds, or water worlds, which there isn't. And onto the next system.
Drive charging.
So again, it looks like someone's visited this system previously.
Fuel scooping.
Right, so I just noticed there's a post on Facebook, a question to this post on Facebook. So I'm just going to answer that quickly. So it was a question about the other kind of Fontecula that I found. Right, and let's check the system. So again, this is a system that's been scanned by other
Frameshift
people.
drive charging.
A majority of the abyss seems to be scanned by other people. It could just be that there aren't that many stars, and there's been a lot of people here visiting. Or it could be that I think I'm pretty much now on the route which is direct from Sol to Beagle Point. So yeah, I imagine a lot of people have passed through this way.
Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged.
Right, so it's close, but that is just a rocky road.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scope disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Warning, temperature critical. System scan complete.
because I've not been talking to you the last few minutes. Right, so yeah, we found a system with... That was the system we were aiming at. It's got 4 planets with life on. We're going to be visiting 3 of them. This one has 2 forms of life on it, so one will be bacteria most likely, and we'll have to see what the other one is. Now we were after Reptica, if that's how you pronounce it. So Reptica only was probably on the planet that's got 4 forms of life on it. Right, so this has been mapped previously, but it hasn't actually been visited. So I'm going to get... Oh, I may get first footfall. I'm not sure if first footfall actually displays on this screen. It's been confused by that before.
Surface scan by 50%.
Right, so we've got bacterium as expected and Reptica. So this is probably what we came for. Right, so there's a big crater there that's got a high concentration zone. Let's go and land in that crater. It's not at night time in there.
Orbital flight engaged.
Right, we need to slow down. I'm going to crash into the atmosphere at this rate. Oh, just avoided it, I think. Still need to slow down a bit though. Yeah, that should be okay now. I want to be in a high concentration zone where there is light and where it's flat. Although I'm not quite sure what kind of area this type of Reptica prefers. I'm not that sure how big it is. I've got a feeling they're about 6 foot high. So yeah, we're in a big crater there, and there's a little crater inside. Let's go and land on the edge of that little crater. And three suns in the sky, which you might expect in a system with 4, but that's looking really good. I'm not seeing any Reptica yet. Landing gear down now.
Landing gear deployed.
Right, that's at the edge of the crater. Still looks like the edge, just back up a little bit. Go. Nice flat area. Right, so that one's doing out of fuel, so I'll start using the other one. So we're out in the purple SRV.
Low gravity warning.
Right. And got something over there straight away. Alright, these are green. I think the last greener. I think the last ones I looked at I saw were blue. I have seen these before, but it was quite a long time back now, so I've not seen them for a while. They have, I think they'll have like seed pods hidden away inside. The other ones have membranes. Oh, can we get a nice screenshot of the sunset through the... Right, let's scan them, see what precisely it is we're dealing with. So it's Umbrook's Red. It doesn't look at all red. That's the name of it. So that is... What is Replica Umbrook's Red? Yeah, the last one I found was also called Red, so it would have been the same as this. Right, okay, that's screenshot time. Right, so I want to try and get those suns through the plant and get where's the SLV? Can get the SLV in as well. Get either the main sun on the two little ones, but I can't get all three. Alright, let's forget about trying to get them through there, just get the silhouette in the sunset. Right, okay, right now I'll move the avatar around a bit, so... Right, what does turning light on do? Oh, that's quite good. Yeah, I think we'll have the light on and crouch. And look up. Right, okay, that is the screenshot. Save that one. Right, and what is the name of this planet? Right. See the purple SRV now. Well, go and find 2 more of those. Got 2 patches over there. So, how far do we have to go for these? Replica, only 150 meters. I'm not sure if these are 150 meters, but those ones over there will be. Maybe it's the inside that's red. if that's what it was referring to. Maybe they're all that metallic green on the outside and it's just the inside that changes colour. Right then, there's another patch over there. Huge one. Fly over to the far side of it. Welcome, Commander Darkside. Have you joined me before? I recognise your name from somewhere, and not just Star Wars. Yeah, we are in the Abyss, on the far side of the galaxy. On the way back from the tip of the Spiral Arm and Beagle Point. So the last two streams were Beagle Point and the tip of the galaxy. Just found this planet from the Codex, or this system from the Codex, because of this species of Reptica, which I have found before, but only once, or maybe twice, but they're not that common. There are 4 planets in this system with biological life. So this is just the first one. We have just finished scanning this planet, so we're going to head off to the other ones as soon as I can face the right direction. I turned on.
Drive assist off.
Yeah, I turned drive assist back on again. I can never control it with drive assist on. Although you can go a little bit faster. Right. Yeah. So we're in a double binary system. So we've got 2 lots of binary stars, and each binary has planets orbiting. So this was orbiting the first pair of stars, and we're now going to go over to the second pair, and there's 4 planets and a moon over there, and 3 of them have got life on. And not the moon though. So Darkside, what have you been up to in the game recently? I've been out on this tour of the galaxy now since July, I think. So I've not really done anything
Capacity exceeded.
in the bubble
Landing gear retracted.
for a long time. Let you know when you find the bugs, homeworld. Ah, right, bugs. So, yeah. Presumably you are in homeworld, and you've been fighting the Fargoids. I have been listening to the news, so to see there was some Fargoid invasion, I think, recently.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah. So yeah, I been
Engage.
Yeah, touring the galaxy since I started streaming. I actually started the tour before I started streaming. I was going to get up to elite in can't think what on foot combat's called, mercenary. Get the mercenary rank up to elite before I set off, but I was getting so frustrated with the slow frame rates that I decided to do the exploration bit and get the xenobiology up to elite first, which is what I planned to do after getting that. So yeah, just doing things in slightly the wrong order. My frame rate is not too bad now, particularly when I'm not streaming. OBS Studio seems to have a big effect on the frame rate. So what am I getting at the moment? Right, 38, 34, that's not brilliant. If I wasn't streaming, that would be more like 100 and 120. But I think the frame rate now is probably being throttled by my motherboard rather than the graphics card. Alright, okay, so you probably spend a lot of time in wired, weird. Yeah, again, if I'm doing PvP, I go to the arena and fight Musketeer for a while, or preferably I can't think what his name is now. I don't know what his real name is. I can't think what his commander name is. Blastard, Commander Blastard. Right, so you're going over to Colonia? Yeah, I mean, I will be. Colonia will be probably my next stop, or possibly one of the new ships in the bridge. But again, I don't imagine I'm going to be there within the next 2 or 3 months, because I have got I've got to fly from the tip of this spiral arm. Let me show you where we are at the moment on the system map. Show you the route that I'll be taking. Yeah, so we are around here, heading to this fleet carrier. I've then got to fly from this spiral arm all the way over to this one. I'll be stopping at this fleet carrier on the way in the conduit sector. I'll skip that one and do that one as part of the tour. Just that was that one was closer to this route from here to here than it was if I'd have gone that way when I was passing through there the first time. So yeah, flying over to this one, then I'll be following this spiral arm around, picking up that fleet carrier then. This fleet carrier said it was decommissioned, so if it is, I'll stop there. If not, I'll just go straight onto this one and follow the spiral arm around, and then up to Colonia. Now, the bridge project has got I don't know where they are, I've not looked yet, but I'm presuming they will be somewhere on that line, and I will be passing that line, so if I'm going anywhere near one of those, I'll stop off at the bridge to sell my data, because I haven't sold my data since here. So I've travelled this far around the spiral arm, I'm carrying all that data at the moment. Yeah, so I started in Sol, I went to this tip of the spiral arm, followed that all the way around to the centre. I got killed here, so I lost all that data. I then got to the spiral arm and then around here, sold the data again. So I sold it in the centre and here. I did get killed again somewhere over here, but it was extremely unfair, and I was streaming at the time. And Frontier kindly, well, they said they reinstated all the data that I lost. I actually got killed because I was standing on the ship and I waved at the ship, and waving at your ship dismisses it, which is something that I didn't know. yeah, so that is the plan for the next couple of months. When I get to Colonia, I'm going to stop there and pick up the Colonia Odyssey engineers, and possibly do the some combat zones and get that mercenary rank up as well. Yeah, I mean, I had to upgrade my graphics card. There's no way I could have streamed with the old graphics card. I did plan to start streaming when Odyssey came out, but I was getting like 6 frames a second on the planet's surface in a combat zone, and if I was streaming as well, that would have been more like 1 or 2. So yeah, I started streaming when I got to about the bottom of the galaxy, when I upgraded my graphics card. Because yeah, last summer, or when Odyssey came out, graphics cards were very hard to get hold of. So it took me about 6 months to actually get hold of a graphics card. I did get all the engineers in the bubble for Odyssey, and got my kit up and fully engineered, particularly my exploration kit. So I've got yeah, I got fully engineered suits, and the weapons that I use. Some weapons I've still I bought all the weapons when on day one, but I've still got some of them that haven't been modified or engineered yet. Right, okay, so oh, I forgot to check. I was going to check on the way. I'm not sure if there is actually life on this planet. I think this is the one that doesn't have life. But as I'm here, let's map it.
Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan.
Yeah, nothing there. Right, so we go to the next 2 which do have life. Or next 3 have life. Yeah, so I think this one had 2 types of life. This one had 4 and this one had 1. So let's head over and do them in order. It's only 200 light seconds away. Yeah, so if you when they brought in the emoticons, or what do they call them, gestures for your avatar, if you wave at your ship, it dismisses it. And the way I found that out was by standing on the ship and waving at the ship, which then tried to take off with me standing on it, and yeah, that killed me. Also, if you point, it adds a marker, which I think your wingmates can see. So you can point at a ship or an enemy, and sort of highlight them to your wingmates. So that is something that I did know about, but yeah, the waving at the ship to dismiss it, it was not something that I knew about. I have removed the hotkey for waving, just to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and I'm not going to reinstate that till I've finished the tour of the galaxy. Yeah, if you look at the About section, it takes you to the map that I just showed you, and each of those circles on the map is something you can click on, and that will open up the images and links to the videos for those locations. I did get one of the images into Stellar Screenshots, and the video from Stellar Screenshots is on there as well. There's also a link to my first tour of the galaxy, which took me a lot less time. I basically then went to every sector of the galaxy to scan life. That was just after they redid the scanning planets system
Surface scan by 50%.
and added the codex. So I
Surface
went to
scan
every
complete.
system, well, every sector of the galaxy to find life in that sector. But I did that by the shortest possible route, going to every sector. So this tour of the galaxy, I'm going to every sector, but doing the longest possible route. I forgot to see what that was. It's to Stratum. Stratum. So nothing particularly exciting about Stratum. Probably the third most common thing that I found. I'll need to lose a bit of speed again.
Orbital flight engaged.
Try and land somewhere with high concentration. But somewhere. Right, I'll go for that little patch there. Yeah. So I tried to take a screenshot of every planet that I land on to add to the galaxy map. If I find a new species of plant as well, I'll take a screenshot of that too. Ooh, 2 red stars. That's quite nice. Or 2 stars in a red sky. I'm gonna find somewhere flat to land.
Landing gear deployed.
So try and land in front of those 2 big boulders there. I think that's possibly Stratum off to the side.
Low gravity warning.
I've got some bronzite over there. Yeah, after being at the edge of the galaxy, I'm short on a few minerals, so I will go and mine that. Right, what did I get? Vanadium. Vanadium is one I was using a lot with frameshift drive injection.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Arsenic. Looks like I've possibly used 1 or 2 of those. I think you use arsenic for the level 3 ultimate frameshift drive injection, so I think I did 1 or 2 of those. What have we got here? Sulfur, don't need sulfur. Phosphorus, don't need that. Nickel, yeah, you use nickel. Nickel for repairing the hull, which I had to do quite a bit of a couple of weeks ago. I was trying to watch a YouTube video while landing. It's not conducive to a safe landing. Right, I think I'm going to use that as my screenshot for this planet. So, let me get out there. Actually, no, what Can I get a nice screenshot from outside the SRV? Let's see what I can do with that. Right. I'm trying to get it through the SRV window. No, I don't think that's going to work. Let's go with that. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I'll go with that. Right, so again, we'll get the name of the planet again. Right, okay, and back to the stratum. That's one. Got to see what kind of stratum that was. There's more over there. Looks particularly green coloured, so it's probably emerald or lime. And it is Tecticus green. Back to the ship. Don't want to do that just yet. Scan one more before we head back. So it looks like those suns are getting lower in the sky. There's one there, it's probably not far enough away. We have to go 500 meters. Right, so that should be complete now. Yep. Right, so there's four things on the next planet. I forgot to check to see if I've got first football on this planet. We'll do that in a minute.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, okay. Right, so did I get first football? First football by me. First discovered by somebody else. And map. It won't add my mapping data on there until I actually sell that. But this one was actually mapped by somebody else, but no first footfall. So. Right, so we've been streaming now for 1 hour and 10 minutes. We've visited 3 planets and covered about 500 light years. So we've got 2 more planets to go in this system. Although one of them I suspect I won't be landing on because I suspect it's just bacteria. If you've got only one form of life on the planet, 9 times out of 10 that life is bacteria. Although the last planet, the planet we started on, that only had one form of life, and that was Fonticula. Normally when it's not bacteria, it's stratum. So it's first discovered and first mapped by different people. So that must have been mapped before Odyssey came out, because I'm pretty sure if
Surface
somebody
scan
mapped
by
this afterwards,
50%.
they would have landed on it as well. It's taken the trouble
Surface
to
scan
come
complete.
10,000 light years. Sorry, 10,000 light seconds. Right, so we have bacterium, stratum, never remember that, shrubs, Frutexia, and tussock. And tussock is grass, so nothing exciting there. The shrubs are in the hardest to find locations, so we'll go and find those first. Well, not necessarily the hardest to find locations, but the least dense. Right, so I can see a high density patch of them just there, right on the line between day and night.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh. Right, I'll go to that one there. It's a little bit lighter. Although it is in the big hole. It doesn't look terribly rocky though, so we should be okay. Someone's joined me again. I'm not sure if that's Commander Darkside again or somebody else. We are touring the galaxy. We are currently in the abyss, on the far side of the galaxy from Sol. This is the third planet in this system I've landed on with life. We have an orange sky, binary star as well, very close together.
Landing gear deployed.
Going a little bit from the edge of this plateau. Yes, so we've got shrubs, grass and stratum on this planet. Yeah, so what I'm aiming to do at the moment is I'm scaling up in xenobiology. That's what I wanted to do. I'm going to get out with the SRV. Don't know how far these life forms are going to be. Yeah, I think I'm probably about halfway to elite. But as I'm not passing by many stations, I only get to sell data very infrequently. I've not sold any now for about 2 months, since before Christmas anyway. That's more like 4 months, three or 4 months
No
since I sold any
gravity
data.
warning.
Right, okay, let's go and have a look to see if we can find this these shrubs. It's probably a little bit darker than I would hope, but it doesn't really matter for shrubs, because shrubs do show up quite well in night vision. I think that is some just is that rocks? Is that just rocks? Yeah, oh, that is just rocks. So we're supposed to be in a high intensity zone. think that I was aiming for down there was just rocks, so I don't want the ship to take off. How far are we from the ship? 1.5 kilometres, so we're good for another couple hundred metres. Right, that looks... and that looks like shrubs there. No, that's just tiny rocks again. Yeah, I think, yeah, here we go. Alright, so, I think I've found this before, but possibly not in this colour. Metacleum grey. Right, have I... yes, I have found this before. Twice, in fact. So let's add another one to that. Actually, no, the price of that one, they are worth 118,000. All that sun is going down rapidly. Let's take a screenshot of that quickly. Right, so... Right then, let's get Avatar around the side here. Yeah, we'll go with that. Right, okay, screenshot taken, now to save it. What planet are we on? Right, so we have a binary sunset there, and you can see the actual stars getting further apart. So that's quite nice. Right, and there's the SRV. So we'll now head back towards the ship. Hopefully find some more shrubs on the way. I say back to the ship, not directly back to the ship, but in that general direction. We only have to go 150 meters between samples for these, so that should be far enough. big hole. Didn't realise there was a big hole there. I don't want to be falling down that. And there's another one. That's perfect. I see someone's joined the stream just now. Welcome to the stream. We are touring the galaxy. And since I've landed on this planet, which has only been about 5-6 minutes, those two stars in front of me have been getting further and further apart from each other. So you can actually see the orbit of the planet, of the stars. We are on the third planet, away from that binary star system, or those binary stars. We've just completed scanning the first form of life on this planet, which are shrubs. We'll now go back to the ship, take off and land somewhere. There's also grass, Tussock, and stratum. Stratum is, I'm assuming it's some kind of fungus. I'm not sure if these terms are taken from Earth biology. I suspect they probably are, but I haven't got a clue what a stratum is on Earth. But in Elite they look like giant pillows or sometimes giant brains. Right.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
So we'll head back up into the low orbit so we can change the filters on the biology mapping to Tussock and Stratum, and then we'll land again
Frameshift drive
somewhere a
charging.
little bit lighter.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Well, that's probably a little bit higher than we needed to go. Alright, so we now want Tussock and Stratum, so they seem to go in the same locations. That's good. And we'll go and land down. Oh, it's like a nice flat zone down there. right spot there. We'll go and land on that. I can also already see a stratum. There's 2 colonies of that, so that's not going to be hard to find. Perfect landing.
Low gravity warning.
And we have something to mine over there. So I did use a few resources around the edge of the galaxy for fuel injection, and used a few weeks ago when I hit the surface rather harder than I expected. So let's pick up,
Cargo scoop deployed.
fill up on any of those. So what have we got here? Iron. I don't need sulfur or phosphorus. What about carbon? Do I need carbon? I do need carbon. I don't remember when I used carbon. Use that for injection. Right, okay. So let's now go and find the stratum. Well, there was some directly in front of the ship. So we've got orange sky here. It was a lot redder than the first location I landed on this planet. What kind of stratum do we have? The same as the last planet. Oh no, I think this is a different species. This is slightly less glossy than the last planet. What is it? Or is that just the lighting? No, it is the same. Right, okay. So that's the first thing with an anvil. Someone's left an anvil on the planet. Okay. So now I need to go and find 2 more of those. I seem to remember there was one off to the left when we were landing, so I'll head in that direction. Not seen any signs of grass yet. There's supposed to be lots of grass here as well. That probably isn't far enough. How far do we have to go? I'm pretty sure this is 500 meters as well. Yeah, so they're the ones that I saw when we were landing. Right, so now it looks like those 2 stars are getting closer together. So that means they're in a very close orbit and orbiting relatively quickly. Right, still no signs of grass. Let's turn on night vision. That will make the grass stand out. Well, again, I can't start scanning the grass until I finish the stratum. I think I can actually see some grass there. So next to the stratum, so we should be okay following it. Yeah, there's some grass there. Oh, this blue looks very bluey. Right, so I'll get that back out. What is this then? So let's see what this is. Alberta Emerald, okay. So that's Tussock, Alberta Emerald. So that's the second time I've found that. It's not very emerald. Is that a light? No, even with white light, it's still very blue. All right, so I've got to go and find 2 more of those. Let's turn on the night vision again. Yeah, just like that. Really makes the tussock stand out. So, do I think that's 100 meters, 150 meters? No, it's 200 meters. I think it's 200 meters. I think I just saw some bacteria there as well. Bacteria. No, I think it was more stratum or a rock. Scan one more of those, so just pressing some there. Oh, we've got some right next to this ship, that'll do nicely. Alright, so it's a balmy 144 Kelvin. Gravity is 0.23 G. And we are done on this planet. I'm not sure if they are orbiting really quickly, and every time I look it's gone round, but the little one's always been on the left. Although it may have been
Landing gear retracted.
on a different planet before, and it may have been the other way up.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, okay, I'm back. Right, so to this last planet. I suspect this has only got bacteria on it, so I might just be scanning it. Let's go over there anyway. So it's 800 light seconds away. That's not very far at all. Unless, of course, you're driving in an SRV, and then that's a very long way. this has been mapped previously. So I'm not going to get a bonus for mapping that.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan.
Yeah, so it's just got
complete.
bacteria on it. So yeah, that's this system done. Right. So now we need to plot a route to the next one. Right. So the next one we are going to be looking for Concha. Let's look at the galaxy map actually. Sorry, not the galaxy map, the codex, because it's a kind of Concha I don't think I have seen before. It's a codex. Right, so in the abyss. Right, so Concha is that one. I've definitely found that before. Found that before. I haven't found that before, so it's going to be one of those. There's only one of those named. And that is that system. So that is a system I have. So we'll go over there. Look at that. Plot a route to it. So again, I don't think this is going to be too far. Right, so it's 1,100 light years, so 18 jumps. So 18 jumps is about half an hour, maybe 25 minutes. So yeah, so we're zigzagging around quite a bit, but there's quite a lot in this sector that I hadn't seen. So I'm going to be going there next, and afterwards I've got another replica. But again, I think that may be the one that I'd visited previously, or the type that I found previously, and then onto the fleet carrier, which is somewhere around here.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
So we'll see what's in the system, see if we'll find anything of interest between here and there. We're looking for Earth-like worlds, ammonia worlds and water worlds. None of those in this system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Just realised my avatar's not showing on the screen.
2, 1.
I've got the wrong mode. The wrong scene set up in OBS. Yeah, there we go. Got the avatar on the screen again. It's been like that since I showed Darkside the galaxy map.
Fuel scoping. System scan complete. Fuel scoping complete.
Alright, just two bodies in this system. I think it said system scan complete. Yes, it did.
Frameshift drive
On to the next
charging.
system.
Four, three, two, one. Engage. scoping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift
Nothing there?
drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. Warning, temperature critical. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete. Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete. Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Getting close now. Okay. Okay. Let's see if it is bacteria. It has been discovered before, but not scanned. No, sorry, not mapped.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Yeah, that is just bacteria. Which means there's a pretty good chance that the other one is just bacteria too, but we'll go over there and scan it anyway.
Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Yeah, so this is bacteria again, so just going to continue on the route. We have 9 more jumps to get there.
Frame shift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel
Right, so
scoping.
it looks like this system has already been visited, unless it's got 6 stars.
Fuel scoping complete.
It's got 19 bodies, so maybe not. Right, nothing we're interested in anyway.
Frame shift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frame shift drive charging.
Yeah, nothing in this system.
Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Right, so there's 20 bodies here. Looks like they've all been scanned previously.
Frame shift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Warning, temperature critical. Frame shift drive charging.
Yep, so there's nothing in this system.
Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Yeah, so all these systems seem to have been mapped previously. There's a lot of planets showing up on the radar as soon as I've entered the system before I've done any scanning. Free jumps now till we get to the next system of interest.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
Yep, so nothing there.
Four, three, two, one, engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Yeah, nothing there. So I think
Frameshift
this next
drive
jump is
charging.
the jump. Yeah, it is. It's the jump to the system we've looking for, and we're looking for Concha or Conkers. They can be hard to find, even when you do find the planet that they're on. They generally like to grow in valleys. Although I have seen them on flat areas too, but I think it depends on the planet.
Fuel scoping.
Now this is a type of
Fuel
conker
scoping
I've not seen
complete.
before. It looks like they have little suckers on the surface. So it's like a
Warning. Temperature
an
critical.
octopus arm growing out of a coconut. Right, so let's map the system. Right, so again, this is another system that I wouldn't normally stop in. There's no Earthlight Worlds or Menu Worlds or Water Worlds here, so it's got 3 right from the beginning, so there's a pretty good chance that it could be that one. There's only six planets here. That's got 3 as well, so what is that? That one is planet number 3. So it's 2 planets for us to land on. Nothing on there.
System scan.
Nothing on there.
complete.
Right, so yeah, I think these are just all planets in a row. Yep, they are. Right, so we're going to land on that one and that one. And we'll head off to the first one. We've got a yellow atmosphere, or possibly a sulphurous planet. Let's map this and see what's actually on there and whereabouts it is.
Surface scan by 50%. Surface
So we have
scan
bacterium everywhere, fungoida in very few places, and osseous almost everywhere. So we'll go for the fungoida first. We'll go and land somewhere where there is a bit of daylight, but not too much. Where there is a high concentration. So the high concentration may be a little bit harder to find.
Orbital flight engaged.
So that's not looking brilliant. I can't remember what it is we're Alright, so there's a high concentration zone there. I think that is on the top of the mountain range. Yeah, it is. And both of them are in the dark, so I'm not going to see much from there. Let's actually go for this one here. I think that's going to be a little bit more level. Right, so we've got a strange sort of yellowy hue to the planet and an orange sky. I can't remember what it is I'm looking for. I think it was Fungoida. Or whatever it is, there's something there on the ground. Nice flat spot. The dot underneath the ship on the radar will turn blue when we find a flat spot that we can land on. Can't see why it's not seeing anything at the moment. It all looks pretty flat to me. It doesn't have to be level. Why that's not finding anywhere, I can't see. Definitely looks like biological life outside. Ah, right. I'm not finding anywhere because I haven't got my landing gear down, and that looks like Fungoida as well.
Landing
So I
gear
think that is what
deployed.
we're after. All right, there we go. That was a. I'll do it. It's just there.
Low gravity warning.
Alright, so where was it? Somewhere in front of us. There we go. That looks like it's possibly peach. Right, so I'm thinking this is Fungoida peach as a guess. Oh, is that a part right on top of it? Oh, maybe it's a different colour. Maybe it's lime. Yeah, it's lime, so it goes by the whiter bits, not the redder bits. Okay. Okay, so that's the second time I've found lime. I have to go 300 meters between samples for these. These grow in clumps, but the clumps are never bigger than 300 meters, so I very rarely get more than one scan from a single clump. So turn night vision on and lights. Got a lot of driving around now to find 2 more of those. Now they do normally grow in sort of mountainous regions. I'm not sure if that's because they like the height or they like it to be colder. So I shall go up the mountain and see if I can find any up there. Yeah, there's some. Well, there's something anyway. Yeah. Ooh, now that is extremely green. So much so. What's that? What's that look like if I actually shine some lights on it? So if I shine lights on it, it goes very white. I think I am going to stand behind that, take a screenshot of it. I've never. I think that's partly due to the colour of the sky. I don't appear to be. Don't appear to have any sun. Right, so I can see the shadow of the ship over there. Right, so the main light source is there, but it is a very green sky. Now, what happens if I turn my lights on? Does that make that? Oh no, I'm going to stick with that. Right, print screen that and save it. And the planet name is right, so that's the screenshot from this planet, unless we do find something that we haven't found before. Right, okay, let's back into the SRV and go and find one more of those. I think we're on a ridge, so I think we'll follow this ridge along. G on this planet, 0.26. So pretty much at the top of that hill, not seeing anything there. Let's turn around, head in a different direction. They are all rocked in front. Yeah, you can normally see this from quite a long way away. Night vision has an effective range of 30 kilometres, which is far more than needs be for this. There we go, there's some over there. Right, back to the ship now, and we'll head off to a different location. Did I actually complete the scan? Let's double check that. I should say, right, it's saying insufficient genetic diversity. I must have forgot to scan that last one where I took the screenshot. It should be saying already scanned. Right, so I'm going to have to go back or find another one. Looks like a colony there in front of us. Actually turning the lights on actually makes it darker. There we go, that should say complete now. Yeah. See over there is a mineral. That's the way then for. Right, so I think there was 2 or 3 other things to scan on this planet. So we'll get back into the ship. And go and fly to... yes, it was Osseous was one, which means we go pretty much everywhere. But not Concha, which is what we came to this system for. So that must be on the other planet.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Landing gear retracted.
So back into low orbit, change the filters on the mapping, and we'll go and land in another location.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, so it's just Osseous and bacteria. So again, we can go anywhere for that. Let's just find somewhere on the light side of the planet. I think we've been flying towards the darker side. There we go, there's some daylight. Slow down a bit as well. Right, so Osseous, even though it may have a high intensity zone, only actually grows where there are rocks. So that speckly zone down there, where it says Osseous is not so highly likely, is actually probably the most likely place. So I shall go yeah, it doesn't like mountains, it likes flat areas, but it does like there to be rocks there. Alright, so we should be able to see this from about 100 meters up. And they're normally quite big. If we turn on night vision, that should make them stand out even more. Right, so we're seeing lots of rocks there, so I should be able to see them from about 100 meters up. Yeah, we've got something there. Now it's the discs. Right, so now I've got to go and find somewhere where we can actually land. Is that a flat spot there? Is that big enough for us to land on? This one over here looks a little bit bigger. Right, so Osseous discs on this planet, I can see plenty of them. So finding them is not going to be an issue. But we do have to go 800 meters between samples. And the surface isn't not terribly flat to drive along, so it might be a bit of a bumpy ride.
No gravity warning.
Still got a very green sky and planet. So I can see some to the left and the right, so I'm going to go, hopefully, scan both of those. So if we miss these ones in the middle, the ones on the right may be far enough away that they're a different sample. Right, these look a lot yellower than the ones I've seen before. Right, so they've got bigger holes as well, so what we got? Pumice lime. I see this pumice. I've got green, peach, and yellow, but not lime. Okay, it's a new one. I'm surprised they don't look greener with the amount of green in the sky, considering how green those other ones were we found. The fungoida. Right, so now we need to turn over there, somewhere in that direction. That does look very good. Right, let's turn on night vision again. Alright, so I can see two lots. One lot over there. They look more green if I don't shine the SRV lights on them. Oh, the sky's green. Yes, they do. Yeah, I would say that was lime. Although I think a majority of that is coming from the colour of the atmosphere rather than the colour of the plant. Yeah, it looks a lot creamer when you shine a light on it. They seem to all orientate themselves in different directions. Right, one more scan of these, and then we'll head off to the planet that which will hopefully have the Conjure on it. Yep, sample complete, that's good. Right, back to the ship. Bit of a bounce off the side of the ship there.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, so that's the next planet we're going to. That will hopefully have the Conjure on it. It's going to go away from the atmosphere a little bit more before we turn towards where we're going. Right, so that's 5,000 light seconds away. So this one has also got 3 forms of life on it, or possibly 4. One of them should be the conkers or conchas that we are looking for. Right, it's a very black planet, no sign of colour from it at all. I've got a little bit coming from the edge there. Right, so it has been discovered before, but not scanned, not mapped, which means it's almost definitely not been
Surface
landed
scan
on.
by 50%. Surface scan complete.
So we've got bacterium, concha, as we expected, and osseous again. Right, so we shall go for the concha first. Right, so this normally grows in the darker regions on the planet. Right, looks like that isn't going to be a problem on this planet because the whole planet looks black. Let's fly around it so we can find a daylight area. I think this planet may be too far away from the star to have a daylight area. It wasn't terribly dark on that last planet, and that last planet was much closer than this one. Ah, right, is that light?
Orbital flight engaged.
Right, I believe this is possibly the light side of the planet, although it is still extremely dark. Right, try and find a high concentration zone. See bugger all without night vision on. Right, there's a very small high concentration zone just there.
Landing gear deployed.
Conchas normally grow in clusters, in gaps, although that may be some I can see ahead. Right, let's land here. I think that is probably some over there, so I'm just going to land a little bit closer to that, shine some additional light on it.
Low gravity warning.
no. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. No wonder I can't see the ones I saw in the ship. I saw some down here. Right, I think what I saw were actually these standing stones. I saw an odd one. Ah, there we go. These are totally different from the ones I found previously. Alright, so we've got a baby one there. One that isn't flowering yet, so that's sort of just a seed. And a fully grown one there. Oh, it's got like little donuts. It's like a donut tree. Cool. Alright, well, time to take a screenshot of that. Right, right, do I want to shine light on that? Right, that doesn't seem to make much difference. Right, okay, that print screen there as well. The name of the planet we're on. Right, so that's a screenshot saved. Right, we're going to find 2 more of those. Oh, just about haven't scanned it yet. Let's go and scan it. Scan the donut tree. So right, I didn't get the full name of that plant, so let's have a look at the codex, see what that is. It was conscious, something beginning with B, and it was yellow, but that's all I got. Oh, not Concha. Not Concordia, Concha. That was it. Beacon Canvas. Beacon Canvas yellow. Right, so that one looks like a different colour to the one we just found, so must be more than one of those. Oh, some minerals there. Let's see what they are. We've got vanadium. You don't need vanadium.
Cargo scoop deployed.
What else do we have? Zinc. Don't need zinc. Iron. Need iron. More iron. And that is more vanadium. Right, okay. We only need to go 150 meters, so that one right next to us may be far enough away for me to scan that. This one looks more like the one in the picture. Right, so I don't know what's illuminating that. The SRV is pointing it away from us. Oh, the ship. The ship is out of sight, so we should be in the shadow of the ship, but it seems to be illuminating that. Oh. Right, that's two down. Hi Paul, how's it going? Did you manage to get into See the golden vendor? She was selling rings yesterday. I managed to get 2 gold rings of the Ancient Grace. So I'm now, all my equipment is now either gold, either legendary or mythic. Yeah, she should still be there until till Monday lunchtime, I believe. So I've still got a chance to get in and have a look. I also managed to get that gold dragon that I was after. Are you after something in Falkreath? Is that the one where you're after a mask? Oh, I was trying to build the ship, not get out the SRV. Right, Pillar of Nern Fire Staff and necklace. Yeah, cool. I was having a look at tank armor to see what the best tank armor would be.
Power plant capacity
But it
exceeded.
looks like what I'm using for
Landing
tank
gear
armor is
retracted.
probably
Landing
quite
gear
good.
deployed.
It wasn't on the list of the best 10 tank armors, but they did mention mine as being a good alternative to one of them. Yes, I'm using Dawnbreaker,
Landing gear
not
retracted.
Dawnbreaker, Ebon armor for my tank armor. Right, so the other thing on this planet to look for is Osseous. Alright, I'll take off, I'll get out the atmosphere and have another look to see if Osseous, it seemed like it was all over the place when I looked last time. But we'll go to a high concentration zone and have a look for that.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3,
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, so yes, scrying would be a good idea. Yeah, that ring is very good, although I'm it's yeah, that was a solo ring, wasn't it? So yeah, if you've got more than one person or more than 4 people with you, then it sort of becomes pointless. I'm using the Mask of Sithis, which seems a slightly better option because it gives you loads of health permanently and health regen, as well as quite a lot of and armor. Right, let's turn back and see if we can find the Osseous. A little bit higher than I intended to. Right, so there's still no light side on this planet, even from up here. Right, so Osseous, right, it seems to be
Orbital
everywhere.
flight engaged.
I shouldn't have any problem finding that at all. see what we can find. So, I should be able to see this from inside the ship, so I shouldn't need to have to get out to see it, but I will need to get down to about 200 meters to be able to see it. Right, well this is the daylight side of the planet, so God knows what the dark side's like. Right, so I think we found some. Yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
Yeah, that's definitely more osseous. Probably the pumice or discs. Right. Disembark.
Low gravity warning.
Alright, this could be the same as that one. I think it's pumice again, but I think it's possibly a different colour. Pumice green. Pumice green. Okay, now I've found this before. Right, for a screenshot. Right, let's go with something like that. Very minty. Try and get it so it looks like the SRV. You can tell it's the SRV through those holes. There. Right, screenshot. Right, this is the same planet as the last one, so I don't need to look at the name for it. looked like there was plenty around when I was landing. I think that's possibly some over there on that hill. What's G on this planet? 2.6. Yeah, okay. I'll see you when you get back. Alright, so that's the second one of those scanned. Right, some bronzite. Let's see what we've got there. So carbon,
Cargo scoop deployed.
do we need carbon? What else do we have? Iron, I need iron. Vanadium, I need vanadium. More carbon, yep. And what's the other one there? Nickel. Yep, so I need everything I've got here. Oh, turn on night vision again. Alright, so I can see some over near the ship there on the top of that hill. Try and fly over there. Let's fly as much as I can. Hopefully these are far enough away from those first sample that we can scan it again. No. Do have to go 800 meters for these, so that is quite a long way. And we are quite close to the ship, so that's not really surprising. Okay. Alright, that looks like some over there.
Chassis integrity compromised.
Right, so these should be far enough away. So, yeah, still says sample on tape north of 3 when you've completed the sample. Right, back to the ship now, and then I will have a look to see if we want to go to that other location, because the next thing is the replica. I think it's the same replica I found earlier in this sector. Well, I've now been streaming for nearly 3.5 hours. So, yeah, I'm not going to be streaming for much longer today. I'll probably be back tomorrow and try and make it to the next fleet carrier.
Power plant capacity exceeded.
Yeah, take off from this very dark
Landing here
planet.
retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Right, so let's have another look at the codex. And see what it is that I plotted for this next system. Again, some of that, Fungoinder, the Braintree ones, are those ones. It may be that actually, rather than. So it's been a long time since I've seen any of those. It's in that sector. See where that is. Alright, that is down very close to the spaceship. To the fleet carrier. Right, so that's there. Right, so the fleet carrier is in this system. Let's see. So I just want to go down there and do all that bit again. Let's see where the system was that I planned to go to before. which is this one. Right, well that is directly on the route to that other one down there. Oh, it's a slightly different altitude, but I can't remember what was actually in that system and why I chose it. Right, so it said Reptica. Right, we've already visited that one, so it's not that. And this is one I've visited earlier in this. So again, that is the same sector again. So why I chose a different one, I don't know. Could it be that one? I don't know. I've definitely viewed found those as well. Ah, right, that's the one. Right. Okay. Yeah, let's go to that. Right, we'll plot a route to there. How many jumps? 47 jumps. So that's quite a way for that one. It's almost, yeah. So the fleet carrier's down here. That other thing was over here. So that is not too far out of the way. This one may be a little bit too far. Right. So yeah, we're not going to get there at the end of stream. 47 jumps. That's about an hour. But we'll make a start.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Right, what's in this system? Nothing we're interested in.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scooping.
Right, so 8 bodies in this system.
Fuel scooping complete.
Nothing we're interested in there.
Frameshift drive charging. Fuel scoping. System scan complete. Fuel scoping complete. Warning, temperature critical.
Yeah, just one body.
Frameshift drive
No
charging.
planets.
Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Nothing there.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Nothing there either.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Oh, we have a water world. Has this been it's possibly been scanned before? Let's scan it and see. Yeah, so it looks like the system has been scanned, been visited before. Have the planets been scanned? Alright, that was a very big ring for a small planet. One biology, and that has been mapped as well, but doesn't look like I've actually landed there, so it could be like me, they just ignore it if it's bacteria. That will be the water world. Got one there behind the star, a rocky planet. Oh, I forgot to check to see if there's anything on that one. I don't think there was. No, there wasn't. Nope. There we go. Right, so that's all of them except for the one behind the planet. Right, let's have a look at the system map and see what we've got. Right, so there's the one biology on there, and the Earth like there, and somewhere there is another planet. But we'll go and scan the biology one first, and then we'll rescan the system when we get there, see if we can pick up that extra planet. Is this just biology, or do we have something different? This has been discovered and mapped by Jackal, but not landed on.
Surface scan by 50%. Surface scan
Stratum.
complete.
Okay, so we will land there. So let's head down. This looks like another relatively dark planet. Right, so we're looking for a high intensity zone. Which is not the dark blue, it's not the light blue, it's normally a turquoise colour.
Orbital flight
Not
engaged.
seeing at the moment. Maybe patches down here of it. There's a very small patch just there. There's a slightly bigger one there. I think I'll actually head to this triple patch. Stratum's normally pretty easy to find.
Landing gear deployed.
I've got an orange sky. I can see Stratum already before we even landed. Hi Paul, is that you back or is that somebody else joined me?
Low
Somebody
gravity
else?
warning.
Welcome, I'm touring the galaxy. And we've just found a planet with stratum on it. I saw it before I landed, can't see it at all now. Helps when you're in an area of daylight because it's actually very similar in shape to the rocks. In fact, it may have been these rocks here that I could see because they are very similar shape to stratum. Getting a great deal of light from the sun landing on the surface. If I go any further that way, but none at all. See it better without night vision. I think that's some over there. Yeah, this is the one that looks just like brains. A couple of the species of stratum look just like brains. We've got first footfall and stratum tectonic green. Screenshot time. That's a good screenshot. It's got a sun right behind the SRV. Turn my light on too. And turn night vision off. Or can we get this sun to appear just above the top of the SRV? Just like that. Get the ship in on the act as well a little bit. Looks like the SRV gun turrets are carrying the sun. Right, there's a screenshot. So I'll save the screenshot. Get the name of the planet. Yeah, so I've got first footfall now. While I'm here, I'll plot a route to the next planet, which is that one. Yes, I'm pretty sure it's that one. Terrestrial water world, yeah. Right, okay. Back to the SRV, and we'll go and find 2 more of those to scan. So for stratum we have to go 500 meters. back to the ship, go and scan that water world, and I think that's the system done then.
Chassis integrity compromised.
Just turn night vision on so I can see what I'm dealing with.
Power plant capacity exceeded. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
So while we're heading over there, I'll just have a quick look at the system map, see if there was another planet that I wanted to go to. No, so it is just those two. So it's only 32 light seconds, so that shouldn't take very long to get there. So I just need to scan this planet, we're landing there. That's brilliant. The first person to scan this system was Robert Fraisler. That's how I pronounce it, Fraisler.
Surface scan by 50%.
That last planet we went to, Jackal was the first person to discover it.
Surface scan complete.
So that means that Robert must have done this come out all the way here with a scanner that doesn't scan the whole system. Alright, okay, either that or Jack. No, because Jack wants to come afterwards. Right, okay, off to the next system now. There are still 41 jumps to get to the next system, so we've only done
Frameshift
7
drive
since I last
charging.
looked. Yeah, 41 jumps is a good 50 minutes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
So I'm going to keep streaming for about another 5 minutes and then call it a day. Just coming up to 4 hours in stream now. Again, as soon as we get to the system, a lot of planets
Fuel
there
scoping.
showing up straight on the radar. So this is, despite the fact that it's a very
Fuel
long way
scoping
away from
complete.
Sol, it's been heavily explored.
Warning, temperature critical.
Okay, nothing in this system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, I'll be quite glad when I get out of this sector and get to somewhere that's a little bit more off the beaten track. So after I get to the next fleet carrier,
4, 3,
it is it's the long trip between galactic arms. So that is slightly further than from the edge of the galaxy to the centre before I sort of actually stop touring again. I probably won't be streaming throughout that bit unless I find something interesting on the way. But that doesn't really count as
Fuel
part
scoping.
of the tour. It's just sort of linking up the ends of the spiral arms.
Fuel scoping complete.
So it may be a while after I get to the fleet carrier, which I'll probably do yesterday. It may be a while before I stream again. So
Warning, temperature critical.
tomorrow. Right, nothing there.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, so on the bit between the next fleet carrier and the spiral arm, I will be stopping off at one other fleet carrier on the way, but that is the only thing I'm going to target.
3, 2,
So
1.
most of the travelling will just be what we're doing now, just travelling between systems without landing on planets much. So I'm not going to actually search for anything to land on. Because we will be coming back through most of that way after we get to the tip of the spiral arm.
Fuel scoping. System scan complete. Fuel scoping complete.
Right, so the system scan is complete, which means there's no planets here. So we don't need to check, we just get straight off to the next system.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, 3, 2, 1. Engage. scoping complete.
Right, 29 bodies in the system. Pretty good chance one of those will be worth scanning. Let's have a look. Nope, they're all tiny little ones.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. System scan complete. Fuel scoping.
Right, just one body there, so
Fuel
that'll be
scoping
the star
complete.
that we're orbiting. So straight off to the next system.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Yep, nothing there.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Nothing there.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one. Engage. Fuel scoping. Fuel scoping complete.
Oh, there we have a water world. Right, let's scan the system. Right, seems to be around a distant star. Seems like all the planets are around that star. again, when I say distant, it's a distant in their system. And got biology there as well. So, what did that say? Right. I've got quite a lot of stars in this system. Well, let's so that's star E. Nothing around there. Around there. So that's over here. Nothing around that one. There. Right. Well, that is a good place to end the stream. Right, so I found a planet with biology on and a water world. I will scan them either off stream or tomorrow. Yeah, so thanks everybody for watching. I will probably be streaming again tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see you then. Probably sometime around 6 o'clock-ish. So yeah, see you next time. All the best and fly safely.